MotoGP. What a Grand Prix venue, what a circuit. The Automotive from Brno, just about 15 kilometres outside of Czechia's second city, 5.4 kilometres, 3.36 miles in length, and this one's an absolute corker. What a layout, spectacular undulation, hard braking, fast change of direction, turn 3, the most severe braking zone on this circuit. Moving around to the stadium section through 6, 7, 8 and 9, all good, overtaking opportunities before your power up horsepower hill on the way to the turn 13 before the short run to the finish line out of turn 14. What about our overtaking hotspots? Well, as mentioned, there are plenty of them. One of the favourite ones is down into turn 3. This is Marc Marquez on his way to a double win over Marco Bezzecchi last July. Well, what's 13 days ago over at the Balaton Park circuit in Hungary, Marc Marquez flying away from pole position, but there was drama and controversy at the very first corner as Jorge Martins kickled out a fully teammate and world champion of Marco Bezzecchi, Fabio Di Gianantonio, Fermin Alriguer and Val Fernandez all caught up in that first corner drama. We were then treated to some show. Some fight between two of MotoGP's ultimate prize fighters, with Pedro Acosta and Marc Marquez went toe-to-toe before Marc Marquez dropped the KTM star and blasted his way to yet another double victory in Balaton. Back-to-back doubles in the Grand Prix of Hungary for number 93. What a day. What a comeback once again it was by the reigning world champion as he came over the line to capture his first Grand Prix victory of 2026. The defence of this championship well and truly up and running. Serious momentum gained by the 93 over in Hungary, and to boot, it was his 100th Grand Prix success. On the same occasion, that his victory secured a 100th victory as well for the factory Ducati team. If Marc Marquez is to make it successive doubles in 2026 and successive doubles here in the Grand Prix of Czechia, well, we're going to have to do the hard way. The world champion started from the middle of the second row in 5th place, because all the headlines this morning in a sensational start to Sprint Saturday in our second qualifying session. The rising star from the land of the rising sun, Trackhouse Aprillia's Ayagura, the Japanese rider, 2024 MotoGP and Moto2 world champion, he carved up the record books just as he carved up this 5.4 kilometre Brno circuit this morning in a remarkable record-breaking Q2. Ayagura then on pole position for the first time in his MotoGP career on the front row of the grid for the very first time, and he is a massive favourite going into this afternoon's 10-lap LapsTissot sprint. Nobody within 2/10 of a second. Powerfully flying Agura. Two Italians joining him on the front row of the grid, Fabio Di Gianantonio and Pecco Bagnaia. Agura, only the 10th Japanese rider in MotoGP history to find himself on pole position, the first in almost 6 years. He's Taka Nakagami did so in Aragon, and the 19th pole position in MotoGP history. For riders from Japan, Tadayuki Okada has the most on 7. But Ayagura was in sparkling form this morning to take what was just his 7th ever pole position in his Grand Prix career. This is a 138th start. World champion Marco Bezzecchi heads row 2 in 4th place, alongside him Marc Marquez and Diogo Moreira. Moreira shining once again as the top Honda. So much to look forward to then in this upcoming Tissot sprint will be underway in 25 minutes time. The company of Matt Burr, Lewis and in the commentary box. Jack after yard down in the blazing heat of pit lane. Lewis, well, there is no question about it. There were several star performances in Q2 this morning, but nobody shone brighter than this young man, Ayagura, with a show-stopping all-time lap record in maiden pole position.
Pole by 2/10 of a second, having already topped practice on Friday. Didn't surprise anybody, really, did it? The way he took pole position this morning, even if it was the first pole, the first front row even of Ayagura's Grand Prix career. Normally, he saves his best for the business end of the race on Sunday and the sprint on the Saturday. If that still proves to be the case, the field have got a massive problem.
Ayagura has never been on a sprint podium. top 5 in 6 Grand Prix, 6 of the last 8 Grand Prix, 4th in the last 2. Can he tomorrow end Japan's long barren run without a Grand Prix success? Makoto Tamada back in 2004. Now, this is news that broke in the lunch break. It was always a heroic effort for Alex Marquez to return here this weekend in this Grand Prix of Czechia after his horrific accident in Catalonia a few weeks ago. After consulting with the Brazilian team and MotoGP lead medic Dr. Angel Chartra, Alex, who was due to start the action here, the race action, in 14th place, has probably wisely taken the decision to withdraw from the remainder of this Czech Grand Prix. No confirmation from Alex or the Brazilian team about whether he will be a participant in next weekend's Grand Prix of the Netherlands at the TT circuit. Assen, but he's resting up, of course, recovering from a neck fracture and 4 fractures in his right shoulder. A shame for Alex, because when he was out on circuit, boy, was super fast. A 152.086, has got in 14th place on the grid, but he has a real bit drawn. We wish Alex a continued speedy and rapid recovery.
Yeah, get well soon, Alex, and I guess thinking long term rather than short term, given that he was fighting for the old Pronto 2 this weekend. Really, that wasn't the target for him this weekend. We saw Marco Bezzecchi on screen there a moment ago. He's going from the front of the second row. The hottest conditions of the weekend here at Brno. What impact will that have on tyre change for the Tito sprint? Let's head down to the first lap to the pit lane and join Jack.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody. This is going to be a really interesting duel before the race, and then obviously once the lights go out as well. Everybody is just playing a little bit of cat and mouse with each other at the moment when it comes to rear tyre choice. 34 degrees, the current ambient temperature. Michelin telling me the current track temperature 57 degrees and only going upwards as well. One thing to bear in mind, Marc Marquez, winner of last year's sprint, was able to do it with the medium rear tyre. However, the Ducatis, the KTMs, all feel that the Aprilias potentially just have a step on them at this current moment. As a result, will they roll the dice and go for the soft to try and sneak some kind of advantage in those early crucial laps, and the Aprilias go for the mediums, or could we see it the other way around? At the moment it looks like Ducati's edging towards the soft, the Aprilia's edging towards the medium, but Davide Budio just confirming to me we want to wait until we get onto the grid to see what the real game plan is going to be for everybody. There's going to be a little bit of cat and mouse, as we said, being played out on the grid before it's lights out here. One that we need to pay close attention to. It's going to have a huge impact on the race.
Good stuff, as always. Thanks very much, Jack. We know we'll be all over the tyre selections down there on the grid. We caught a quick glimpse there of VR46 Ducati rider Fabio Di Gianantonio with the boss looking on. 30 years since Valentino Rossi won his first Grand Prix in the Czech 125cc battle all the way back in 1996. He won another 114 Grand Prix after that, on his way to one of the most decorated Grand Prix careers we've ever seen. Fabio Di Gianantonio back on the front row of the grid for the first time in 5 rounds since his 3rd place at the Circuito de Jerez Angel on the Auto Pecco Bagnaia. The only rider who scored points in all sprints so far this season. And what about Marc Marquez? Can he launch himself to another victory double here in the middle of the second row? Is the world champ in 5th.
Well, nobody has more sprint wins this year than Marc Marquez. Only Jorge Martinez has as many sprint wins in history as Marc Marquez. So maybe today, given that physically at least it's going to be half the distance, maybe that's going to be his opportunity. One of the other stars of qualifying, we had the star of Asia in Iagora, the star of South America in the form of Diogo Moreira, who at one point was on course for a first front row start in MotoGP. We've just rushed to the back of the second row in 6th. But what a feeling it must be, and what an education it will be. Not that he needs much educating at the moment, Diogo Moreira, but on that second row alongside the World Championship leader and the reigning World Champion.
The 22-year-old is a young man in a hurry and is going places in a hurry. Once again, top Honda on the grid is Moreira. Right in the Q2 in the last 3 Grand Prix. Best qualifying for a Brazilian in MotoGP since Alex Barros was 5th at Phillip Island all the way back in 2007. What can Moreira do then from the back of that second row? Some of the other heavyweights for HRC. Joan Mir with the back end of this morning Q2 for Honda HRC. Castro, he goes from 12th. Luca Marini launching away from 16th place. 3rd time in the last 4 Grand Prix for Marini. So he's qualified in 16th, but he will be bumped up the grid because of Alex Marquez's absence. Everybody behind Alex Marquez, which includes Quartararo, Marini, Bastianini, Miller, Rins, Binder, Vazquez, the old blue. Crutchlow all needed that.
Tafaras Gatioglu did receive a 3-place grid penalty earlier on today for getting in the way of an Bastianini in qualifying 1, but that takes effect tomorrow. Likewise, in case you're wondering, Jorge Martin following that penalty, that does not apply today. That applies in the Grand Prix tomorrow. Martin, of course, who goes from 10th on the grid, is penalty-free today.
Well, recently in Mugello, and what we've got to get to the weekend for Aprilia, they locked out the front row of the grid. Trackhouse Aprilia's Val Fernandez became the 11th different sprint winner. Well, we're going to get a dozen different winners in the shape of that young man, number 79, Ayagura. Maybe the 6th sprint winner for Aprilia. Of course, previously, Aegis Fargo, Maverick Vinales, Marco Bezzecchi, Jorge Martin and Val Fernandez have collected sprint wins on top of the Vacchiaris GP. Going to be a gold medal on a gold line performance potentially for the Japanese rider. It's just going to be the massive favourite, particularly the Grand Prix tomorrow. We know one massive strength, one big weapon in his arsenal, that for Agura, is his late race pace, particularly over 4 race distances. If he can get the start, Lewis, and get away with that lead group, well, he's going to take some beating, particularly from what we've seen on Friday and so far here on Sprint Saturday.
Yeah, and he's often been super strong in that first sector as well, as Igor so far this weekend. He has the fastest starting motorcycle on the grid. We firmly believe with the Aprilia, which with its ride height device sits so low when it leaves the grid. It's an absolute rocket ship when it leaves the grid, and the next Aprilia behind him on the grid is Marco Bezzecchi in 4th place, who hasn't exactly shone in the sprints so far this season, but it is a new experience for Igor. Very little seems to faze him. Even when he took pole position earlier on today, there was very little body language, was there, to suggest that he was overly joyed with what had happened. But that is just Ayagura in a nutshell. He is not the most demonstrative of characters, but even he must surely be feeling a few butterflies right now as he pulls onto pole position for the first time.
Last time he was on pole position, he had a pretty good day, a very good day, because it was in Buram in 2024 when he was crowned Moto2 world champion. We just saw there Pecco Bagnaia, the 29-year-old Italian, locking onto the front row for the Factory Ducati on his second front row start in the first 9 rounds before the double MotoGP world champion. He does have 3 sprint podiums so far this year, does Bagnaia. All second places on that run through Kota, Jerez and Le Mans. Can he go one better here this afternoon? A major obstacle in the way will be provided by this young man, Ayagura, who doesn't seem to get flustered or fazed by any situation or any scenario that we throw his way. But this is a very different experience. First time for Taka Nakagami, who is here this weekend as a trackside observer. He'll be riding this Brno circuit on Monday on the new Honda 850. It was the last time a Japanese rider found himself heading aboard of the Parallel Grand Prix in Aragon back in 2020.
David Gianantonio starting from 2nd then, as far as sprints are concerned. It's also David Gianantonio who's eyeing a first sprint win, much like Ayagura as they start 1st and 2nd on the grid. We're on board now with the World Championship leader, Marco Bezzecchi, who, yes, of course, he wants the gold medal today. He wants the big 12 points for the sprint, but surely he'll be mindful that Jorge Martin is back in 10th place on the grid and has a double long lap penalty to serve in tomorrow's full-length Grand Prix. So just some solid points, I think, will be the order of the day here for Marco Bezzecchi to extend that World Championship lead.
Yeah, Martin's got horsepower hill to climb here in Brno. He's got a bit of a mountain to climb, hasn't he, in the main Grand Prix tomorrow. 4th row of the grid, his worst qualifying of the campaign so far, and then throwing a double long lap as well after his controversial clattering into multiple riders in Hungary. A last-minute pep talk then from the boss, Valentino Rossi, having a little discussion there with Pecco Bagnaia, who's on the front right of the grid for just the 2nd time this season.
And here is the grid. It's Agura, Di Gianantonio and Bagnaia on the front row. Initial information is that they're all on the soft rear tyre. We will see if that changes. The 2nd row we find Bezzecchi, Marc Marquez and Diogo Moreira. The first rider on the medium rear, as are Raul Fernandez and Pedro Acosta. Frankie Morbidelli, he starts 9th on the 2nd of the R16 Ducatis. Martin on the medium rear from 10th. Ahead of Aldeguer and Mir, Maverick Vinales, Fabio Quartararo and Luca Marini are together on the 5th row. Vinales, another rider on the medium rear. So too is teammate Bastianini from 16th, ahead of Jack Miller and Alex Rins. Brad Binder on the medium from 19th, ahead of Toprak and Cal Crutchlow, who of course completes our grid of 21, with Alex Marquez having withdrawn.
Yeah, unfortunately, no Alex Marquez for the remainder of this chapter on. So let's go and get the thoughts of the Gresini team manager, Michele Massini, who's with Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. Gresini racing down to just the one rider for the remainder of the weekend. Before we touch on Fleming's chances in the sprint, Michele, just bring us up to speed on how Alex is and the decision to withdraw from the remainder of the weekend.
I think that Alex, together with us and all the medical staff of the MotoGP group, to take the right decision, the smartest decision possible in order to just to keep the process of his recovery, because it's true that it's more painful compared yesterday, but he was able to ride the bike, he was already faster, so I'm really proud of that. I'm already proud that he came here in Bordeaux over our expectative, I have to say, and really happy about overall all the weekend so far until now. And I think that the next step will be to fly to Assen, and we'll see.
And on Fleming, we're here on the middle of the fourth row of the grids. Not the qualifying he would have hoped for after a great job yesterday afternoon, but we know how strong he is at the end of races. In this temperature, could that be a skill that's really quite important?
Yeah, not the qualify we wanted, but also because yesterday and today, this morning, we shown a good pace. But I think that started for the fourth row, we have to play the all-in with the rear soft tire, in order to try to overtake much rider as possible, and we'll see.
Mr. Caleb,
you're welcome.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Michele Massini, because it was a heroic effort, wasn't it, just for Alex Marquez to turn up and pass his fitness test here yesterday. Qualifying in 14th place, but he has withdrawn. Well, we know he's cool as a cucumber, isn't he? He's coming up for 10 p.m. in the evening on Saturday night over in Japan, of course, his home run. He looks like he's about ready for betting himself, doesn't he? In the trackhouse garage. Keeping himself in the shade, fully relaxed, as Marco Patisecki on the second row gets a bit of a jump scare from the boss as well.
Well, he looks almost bored, didn't he, in the box there? So can we just get the sprint underway, please, says Igor. I've got a gold medal to collect potentially in 10 laps time. We shall see if that proves to be the case. Here's one of the riders certainly looking to stop him. We also saw Peppo Bagnaia having a bit of a chat with mentor and Apple's Academy owner Valentino Rossi, legendary 7 times MotoGP world champion. And as Pat mentioned, the journey to Grand Prix greatness began here 30 years ago. And of course, he'll be very much cheering on his protégés in the academy, and of course his 2 team participants, Gian Antonio Morbidelli, who starts second and ninth.
Roger Acosta has been superb, he has been supreme, hasn't he, so far this year for KTM, but there's still a bit of inconsistency coming around with the factory of KTM, double podium in Thailand, and then nowhere near the podium fight in Brazil. I'm looking up to the double podium in America after the tyre pressure penalty in the sprint. Everyone was pretty anonymous, wasn't he, in Jerez. Really strong in Catalonia. Missing from the podium fight, Magellan, and a double podium last time out in Balaton, but it's been topped once again. Bit of a roller coaster, yo-yo form for Acosta. He goes to the middle of that third row in 8th place.
Led the sprint last year, albeit in slightly farcical circumstances, did Pedro Acosta. Hopefully we see a slightly different sprint to that, as dramatic as it was 1 year ago. Here's Raul Fernandez then, who starts from 7th on the grid, which is by no means a bad qualifying, but of course very much put in the shade by his teammate Igor early on today. So one factory Aprilia starts on row 2, the other on row 4. What are their chances? Paolo Bonoros with Jack.
Yeah, and their chances, I imagine, come down a lot to rear tyre choice. I've just seen Marco still in conversation with his crew chief and some of the members of the Aprilia technical staff. Has a decision been made on rear tyre, and how crucial do you think that call is going to be?
It is a crucial, it is the key point probably for the race. For the tomorrow there is no doubt, absolutely, on the medium and the rear. But even for the short race, we have to take care of the rear tire to manage the temperature, not the drop, but the temperature. So, as you already said, we are currently talking. The rider needed to have the best choice, but both of them need to manage, absolutely.
Looking for Marco, it seems as though it's the man in front of him. I agree with it's the man to beat here.
Absolutely, they did. He did an unbelievable lap time, so congrats to I, absolutely. But also Marco showed with the medium tire on the rear, and also with the soft one, good race pace. He can manage
the basic, the goal for him is to score the most of points that he can. And okay, if he has the opportunity to try to win, to be in the front, he will try for sure. But I think he's smart enough to understand that the championship is so long, it's necessary to achieve the best position as possible. Paolo, thanks.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks, as always, to the boss, Paolo Nora. Yeah, if Marco Bezzecchi and Martin don't win this sprint, well, the next best thing is another Aprilia rider doing so. Will that be the case for Ida Gura, who was Mark Marquez and came to 5th place on the grid? 51.436, the best lap time that Mark has ever produced around this Brno circuit ordinarily. That would have been good enough to fight for pole position, but it was an extraordinary lap from Ayagura which shook up the field and shook up the regular order in Q2 this morning. We just saw there, down on the grid, that's Sir Mark Cavendish, Tour de France sprint legend, who at the end of this Tissot sprint will have the pleasure of waving the checkered flag. Although their cabs allegiances will be lying this weekend, he's very, very close pals, of course, with Cal Crutchlow, who once again is standing in for the absent John Zarco. He will do so also next weekend's Dutch Grand Prix. I think we're going to see Cal for a good number of races with Johan Zarco. We know he's a long-term absentee for ATL Honda.
Well, that's quite a view, isn't it? Over this Brno circuit as the helicopters fly overhead. What a beautiful circuit this is. I think there was not a single person in this paddock who wasn't absolutely thrilled when we confirmed we were returning here to Brno last year following the resurfacing of this circuit. It's a popular one with the fans and it's a popular one with the riders too.
So Ducati, the factory Ducati team with big prospects, big hopes for both their riders on the first two rows. But nice, Marc Marquez, let's get the thoughts from Davide Tardozzi.
Yeah, we could see Mark's face after qualifying earlier. There was clear frustration there. It was an angry Marc Marquez, a dangerous Marc Marquez, Davide.
I guess that Mark is using the head. As I always said, he's still not 100% on the body side, on the body head. So I think that he's managing. Yeah, it's true that he won the last two races in Hungary, but here it will be much more difficult, and collecting points is the main issue.
Rear tyre, it looks as though Aprilia leading medium, Ducati leaning soft. Is that true? What's the thinking behind that decision?
I think that the first work should be, I guess, in soft, maybe the breaking medium, but we don't know. But I guess that both tires are very competitive. I think that depends from the strategy and the feeling of the rider.
Thanks, Davide.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Davide Tardozzi, the factory Ducati team. Their current lineup has 31 sprint wins between them, so they know how to get the job done on sprint Saturdays. As our cameras going to the packed hillsides here, it's going to be a lot of aftersun required at the end of this Grand Prix of Czechia. Come Sunday afternoon tomorrow, it is scorching hot. Some of the hottest conditions we've had so far in 2026. Joan Meerde getting himself into Q2 yesterday, despite a late practice crash at turn 7. He goes from 12 and a bit back at that 4th row, but what a day so far has been for Trackhouse Aprilia. Ayagura on pole position for the first time. Let's get the thoughts from the boss, Davide Briviovic.
Yeah, and we grabbed Davide just after his last words in the ear of Ayagura. Saw a big smile and a laugh on your face. What were those final words then, Davide?
I just say, enjoy the start. Nobody saying, enjoy the view.
So, yeah, no, just, he knows, I mean, he doesn't need my word, I mean, he knows what to do. But also, I'm quite curious and interested to see how he can manage.
Doesn't seem like it's affected him.
Yeah, but also you have to learn, you know, how to manage this situation. There are riders that open in front, who won many races, so they're much more used to that. Of course, he has done in Moto2, he has done in... It's, as I say, learning process. So, good day, good opportunity to learn.
Absolutely. Good luck, Davide.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Trackhouse Boss Davide Video. It has already been a stunning sprint Saturday for Ayagura. Can it be a sensational sprint Saturday for Ayagura? Talking about his experience of being a front runner in the MotoGP World Championship. The last time Ayagura led a lap of any shape or form at Grand Prix level was in front of his home crowd on his way to the Moto2 World Championship at Motegi back in 2024. We'll be certainly looking to do some of the front running in this 10-lap sprint coming your way very, very shortly. What a moment this is, though. Such a proud moment for Ayagura.
Rear tyre by the looks of it. He's gone across to the medium rear. Is that a sign of confidence from Ayagura, or is that just simply the right strategy?
Well, track temperature is well in excess of 50 degrees. A good chance also to get some data ahead of tomorrow. There's another change as well as Marco Bezzecchi too. So yes, things are not ready to hear from Paladino. I think with the Achilles were playing it cagey or keeping their cards close to their chest in terms of that Michelin rubber choice.
We'll see what the Ducatis do. Of course, they have left it late, so Ducati haven't got an opportunity to respond to that. They have just learned that for the very first time, as we have. Maybe for Ducati, maybe their best shot is to go aggressive, go for the soft, and try and get up the road from the Aprilias if they take a little bit of time to get up to speed up the medium rear. That's it.
Powering away then from the front of the grid is the BMW safety car shortly. Time away from the front row of the grid will be Ayagura on pole for the first time. Fabio Di Giannantonio and Pecco Bagnaia, certainly no strangers to leading at this level in the MotoGP World Championship. What though right now is going through the mind of Ayagura. Here is then your front row for the Grand Prix of Czechia, round 9 of 22 in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. Some issue there, Pecco Bagnaia. Cruz was calling over one of the Erta staff. But on pole position then, for the first time in his MotoGP career, the first Japanese rider on pole position in nearly 6 years, fighting for the gold medal. It's Ayagura on pole here in Brno. Time to do battle in Brno in the 10-lap Tissot sprint. Time for Ayagura to potentially be victorious for the first time in the MotoGP World Championship. He will fire away from pole position, and he has been the rider to beat so far here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. An all-time lap record blasted Ayagura to top spots in Friday's practice, and this morning he went even quicker. He almost pulled off the unthinkable. He almost pulled off the first ever 150 that we have seen here at this classic, this iconic, this historic Grand Prix venue. Ayagura, first Japanese rider on pole position in MotoGP for almost 6 years. Two very experienced Italians alongside him on the front row of the grid, led by Fabio Di Giannantonio. Top Ducati in qualifying, top Ducati he remains in the World Championship. Third in the rankings is Fabio Di Giannantonio. Yeah, he's gone over to the medium as well as Fabio Di Giannantonio. Some crucial, decisive, late Michelin tyre changes here. Let's get some latest information from Jack down in pit lane.
Yeah, the easiest way to take it on board is the front 3 rows of the grid. There are only 2 riders opt for the soft rear tyre, and it is both of the factory Ducati. Pecco Bagnaia, Marc Marquez roll the dice and go soft. Remember, Marc won this sprint last year. It was medium rear attached to that Ducati.
Thanks very much then, Jack. This is the state of play This is how the land lies championship-wise coming into this ninth of the season. 20 points is the advantage that Marco Bezzecchi holds over his factory Aprilia teammate Jorge Martin in terms of the packed clear sides here in Brno. 10 laps coming your way. Can Ayagura make the dream start? Can he be our 12th different sprint winner? Can the current grid has won sprints from Rey Espargo into that category as well? He did so on the Aprilia. Latest new sprint winner was, of course, a truck out Aprilia, and Raul Fernandez was so superb that he won the sprint at the Italian Grand Prix Mugello, and what turned out to be arguably the best weekend ever for Aprilia. And this is going to be one of the best weekends of Ayagura's career. Well, we're about to find out as we go racing for the first time here then this weekend in the Grand Prix of Czechia. The hottest conditions of the weekend without any question. Blazing sunshine, barely any cloud cover. Hottest conditions arguably we've had throughout the whole season. And our first up over the course is the tropical climate of the Chinese International Circuit over in Borat. Southeast Asia fans will be glued to their screens late into Saturday night then as they get set for Ayagura to come to pole position for the first time in his career. Marco Bezzecchi seeking his first sprint win of 2026. He heads row 2 in 4th place. Keep an eye on Marc Marquez. Well, the only two eyes in this top line on the grid. Marc Marquez and Patrick Bagnaia with the mixed software tyre. Green flag then cleared at about right out of the racing in the sprint here in Brno. Patrick Bagnaia has made a sensational start from 3rd place in the grid. Ayagura's going the wrong way. Bagnaia surely will have the whole shot. Moreira aggressive on the inside of Bezzecchi into the first corner as well. Moreira's going to be 3rd as he going through that first corner. He leans on Fabio Di Gianantonio on the inside. For a dream launch for Patrick Bagnaia. He leads here in Brno.
Yeah, Bezzecchi got a great immediate launch, but I think he might have had to shut off the throttle a bit because the gap was closing in front of him. He ended up dropping a place. Moreira at the inside of Di Gianantonio. That's Marc Marquez also attacking Bezzecchi.
Also, yeah, you can see there, Marc Marquez has got through on Digiden on that front block. But regrets to change direction through 3 and 4. Bagnaia has a lead by over a 1/10 of a second. There he is. Down here we go then. Power braking into turn 5. Into the stadium section for the first time. Moreira a little bit hot on the brakes there. Into 5.
Yeah, the factory Ducatis have to go on the attack in this early stage because they are on that soft rear tyre. So no surprise that Bagnaia at the front. And no surprise that Marc Marquez was getting his elbows out early on. Because surely they are going to hit late trouble. So they need to make hay while the sun shines here.
So we are still awaiting Ayagura to lead for the first time in MotoGP. How much longer will he have to wait? Further down the launch, all the Aprilia are going Toto. That's Fernandez versus Martin. They're battling at the back end of the points going place, 8th and 9th.
Yeah, Jorge Martin then is 2 places behind his teammate Marco Bezzecchi. He'd have taken that if he'd offered him that at the end of the first lap. There's another rider between them now though with Fernandez going through. So up Power Hill we fly. Pecco Bagnaia, the experienced head with 2 young chargers. Ogura and Moreira up behind him.
Oh, sorry, we've got clashes there. Well, we've got is that It's Maverick Vinales taking a tumble at turn 12 as he was trying to get the power on going up through Power Hill. He was in the ground with somebody else.
I think as well, was it Moreira, wasn't it? Moreira's gone missing out of 3rd place. Diogo Moreira is indeed out. He was out of picture. He was just chasing. He was just lining up a move on Ayagura, and Moreira's crashed out the 3rd place.
Early drama, early heartache then for Diogo Moreira. He was inside of that top 3. That's a 3 hit then for Marc Marquez, who moves into the medal positions. A rather frustrating trudge away from Moreira. So too for Maverick Vinales. At the front then at the end of that first lap of 10, Bagnaia's advantage over a goal was almost 2/10 of a second. But Gianantonio trying to get his claws back into Marc Marquez directly ahead of him.
Bezzecchi struggling at this early stage to get himself up to speed. Now you'll see it from the overhead shot. 3rd break in your picture. Look, he's just trying to line up Ayagura for a move, and the front end cuts midway through. And Maverick Vinales is just going to appear into picture and have his own accident.
Oh, that's true for Diogo Moreira. We saw him make a mistake. He ran in hot at turn 5 on the first lap, right here on the first circuit of this Brno track. At the front there, Bagnaia looking pretty comfortable. He just stretched his lead over a girl to the first exit to just over a 1/4 of a second. Gianantonio is really starting to close in on Marc Marquez's rear tyre, isn't he?
We've not got the graphics on screen at the moment, but we can tell you that it's Bagnaia, Ogura, Marc Marquez, Bezzecchi at Costa, Fernandez, Martin, Bastianini with the current point situation. Bittner's up to 10, ahead of Mir and Aldeguer, who despite the 2 dropouts ahead of him, Aldeguer's had a poor first lap. He's actually dropped his spot to 12.
And down through the Kevin Schwantz corner for the second time of asking. lowest part of this Brno circuit. Now you start the sharp climb up through Horsepower Hill. Horsepower not lacking for Ducati and Aprilia in this particular part of this 5.4-kilometre course. Bagnaia right there, getting some superb drive grip, lowers the rear ride height device. Nothing that Agura can do. Agura just seems really content to play the patient game.
I think that's all he has to do here. That's all he has to do, making it sound very easy. But the rider ahead of him and the rider behind him are both with the soft rear tyre. Agura surely is thinking here, about to stay with Pecco Bagnaia, I'm bound to have the superior late sprint grip, because the next rider in the race behind Marc Marquez is on the soft rear tyre is Joan Mir in 11th.
Hot pace at the front as Ralph Fernandez goes in wide in the first corner. That's allowed Martin to sweep on through. Hot pace at the front, 52s from Bagnaia and Agura. They're the only riders in the 52s at the front of this sprint. 52.641 from Pecco. It was 3 tenths quicker than Agura. Now, Don Antonio is going to have to try and get on with business here, because he's going to have to be wary, stop behind Marc Marquez as he has been, about front tyre temperature, about front tyre pressure issues, but he's going to try and hunt down Bagnaia and Agura. Can't afford to spend too much time behind the 93, although catching Marc Marquez is certainly one thing, but he has in a completely different equation.
Marc Marquez has got as many sprint medals, so as many gold medals as anyone else. Bronze is currently holding on to at the moment in 3rd place. Doesn't at the moment appear to have the pace to go with Bagnaia and Agura up ahead of him, as we now ride on board with Fabio Gian Antonio. Already at this stage, yet he's a second and a half off the lead.
Bagnaia's not won a sprint since the Malaysian Grand Prix in September, flyway tour at the tail end of 2025. He is the only rider so far this season who's found consistency on sprint Saturdays. The only rider in the first 8 sprints that scored points in all of them. He has yet to pick up a gold medal. 2 second place finishes, silver medals in Austin, Jerez and Le Mans.
He still hasn't really gathered much momentum in this sprint. In 5th place, he's half second off the back of Fabio Gian Antonio. He's actually under a bit of pressure. We're behind Gian Antonio here. The rider immediately behind us is Bezzecchi, but he's not exactly close behind us. He's got Pedro Acosta in very close company. Here it is, this battle for 5th place.
Bagnaia might be able to settle through at the end of this lap. He's now in 10th place with sector 3 over Agura. He comes over the line now. That's successive fastest laps in. This is an electric pace at the front of the sprint by Bagnaia. 52.6 on the last lap, and 52.5 on the last circuit. And he is 9/10 clear of Agura. Now, we know what happened in the Italian Grand Prix in Mugello, didn't we? We know what happened there when Agura came from a mile back. Sent it on the inside of Bagnaia at the final corner in the Grand Prix before Pecco squared him off. A really good tactical ride that by Pecco Bagnaia. But Bagnaia will know potentially what is coming.
And we also know what happened in Austin, Texas earlier in the season when Bagnaia led all the sprint, as now Martin goes up the inside of Pedro Acosta, so he's now right behind his title rival Bezzecchi. But Bagnaia led all of the sprint in Austin and then was picked up on the final lap by an Aprilia on the medium rear tyre.
Acosta pushing it straight back to Martin. Love this. He is some spectre, some fighter. As Martin goes back on the inside of Acosta, that's 3-6. 3-7 goes Acosta. Looks down there, doesn't he? On the top of the tank of the factory KTM. So that's been some duel. We've seen Pedro Acosta go handlebar to handlebar, knee to knee with Marc Marquez on a few occasions so far this season. This time he's having a real good tussle with Jorge Martin. I'd say that Martin's in a pretty good damage limitation job, championship-wise, in this sprint so far. Not losing big points to Marco Bezzecchi.
They'll lose a couple. If we put the flag out now, the gap would be 22 points heading into tomorrow's Grand Prix, where, of course, he has the double one lap penalty to serve. The lead for Bagnaia is now over 1 second. It's 1.1 3/4 the way through this lap. But interestingly, Agura just dropping back slightly in the direction of Marc Marquez in 2nd place. Agura now 6/10 clear of Marc Marquez, but 1.1 back of Bagnaia leading.
Well, the only 2 riders in the first 3 rows of this grid on the software tyre, the Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez, 1st and 3rd respectively. And Ducati pulled up a bit of a tactical masterstroke here. Bagnaia still stuck in the 52s, 52.5, 52.6, now followed by 52.9. And Marc Marquez is picking up his rhythm as well. Marquez is warming up. That body now, that right shoulder's come to him. He's in the 52s as well. On that last lap, Marc Marquez was the quickest rider on circuit.
Well, we've already seen through this weekend Marc Marquez cut sprint distance on a soft rear tyre and still set personal best lap times at the end of it. So Marc should be pretty confident in what he's got underneath him, even if he's got a softer tyre than the rider immediately up ahead of him. So the world champion just getting himself quietly into contention here for a potential second place.
Yeah, Digia's had nothing for Marc Marquez. Got on his rear tyre, didn't he, a couple laps ago, but not able to find a way through at the moment. He has not got the same pace as the 93 evident. Digi back in the low 153s, which is more than respectable pace, but not pace enough to get himself a medal at this stage. Coming down again, Ralph Fernandez and top that Rance Gatley Aldrich have all got tracked in this warning. Two contenders. The helicopter shot then picks up Bagnaia. And Gatley's just starting to creep down ever so slightly. At just under 0.8 of a second, Agura has found as we drop down now into the Kevin Schwantz corner. Turn 10, hard on the brakes.
Because this could all easily just swing around. If that sub-rear tyre starts to crying up, the median should be absolutely fine for Agura. And is Agura just basically pacing himself in this sprint? We're not even at half distance yet in this TSO sprint. This is like 5 of 10, so we'll be at half distance before we complete this lap. And is this Bagnaia slowing down, or is this Agura speeding up? We'll get our answer at the end of the lap.
Well, he's taken 3 points pretty much out of Bagnaia already on this lap. This is like 5 of 10. You can just see visibly, can't you, that Agura closing in on Bagnaia, and so too Marc Marquez is coming along for the ride as well, isn't he? Over the line we go. That's Bagnaia's slowest lap of the sprint so far. He was half a second almost slower than Agura and Marc Marquez. 52.8 from Agura and Marc directly behind Pecco Bagnaia. So yeah, there might be some bother doing here for Bagnaia if he's not careful.
And we've got a 53-1 for Gian Antonio. He is the third fastest rider on the track, but not exactly in any position to impact the podium back at the moment. Still surprised by the Aprilia factory pace here with Bezzecchi and Martin in 5th and 7th. Bezzecchi's doing 53.60s in 5th place. He's 0.3 of a lap slower than Bagnaia, but he's 0.8 slower than Agura.
You know what, Marc Marquez is up for this. Marc Marquez is closing in on Agura. Agura himself is charging towards the rear tyre of Bagnaia, and as mentioned, coming along for the ride is Marc Marquez. Do not discount the reigning world champion out of back-to-back sprint wins here in Brno. Into the stadium section we go. Trail-breaking Bagnaia then through turn 8. He'll flick it hard right. That's through one of the S sections here in Brno. Making it hard on the power. Accelerating up to 5th gear. And the swimmer comes now as you drop down the hill. Plunge down the hill into turn 10. Just look at this somewhere distance going over by Marc Marquez on that Michelin software tyre. He has not given to Gian Antonio a single sniff in 4.
First of all, that's going to last that too for Ralph Fernandez, and again back to Gini there in 9th. Further now the air getting 2 places on the right side. He passed both Brad Binder and Dwandir. He's now up to 10th, but he's closing quickly now on the points.
Down turn 11. Down Pedro Acosta. Pedro Acosta's had a pretty miserable weekend so far. His Friday morning FP1 started with a very early crash at turn 9. We got a little bit further around on this lap. Look at that front washing. He just maybe a little bit wide, a little bit offline. Barrel rolling through the gravel trap though. There goes Acosta. The Gian Antonio, fastest ride on circuit, 153.103. Fair play to Bagnaia. He steadied the ship in the front of this sprint. 53.3 on his last lap. Has just been better by 53.1. And so he is responding to Agura and Marc, piling some pressure on him.
It's hoping he doesn't reach a perfection in his final points. It comes a tyre performance without the power of an oil for the football on the way. It's not a case of tyre drop, it's about managing the temperature, managing the slide of that rear tyre and just keeping it under control. To do that, you can get that tyre to the end of the sprint. Because what that Acosta crash has also done is it's removed the one bike that was between Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin in championship time. So now they're 5th and 6th, and Bezzecchi only extending his lead by 1 point.
So we know a race mistake for Acosta. That's initially 6th, only previous to him. Everybody got smacked into the gravel trap by Agura at the final corner of that very eventful and bruising Barcelona clash a few weeks ago. Agura now. Gap is down to just under 0.6 of a second, and he can't shake off. Cannot shake off the 93, can he? Of Marc Marquez. It looks like it's 1 from 3. But Gian Antonio is running a very, very strong and fast pace, but hasn't been dropped too much to make any kind of late inroads.
Well, he's normally so unflappable, isn't he? Nothing really phases Agura, but just just put into context the position he's in here in this TISO sprint with 3.4 laps to go. Up ahead of him, Pecco Bagnaia, 2 times MotoGP World Champion. Right behind him, Marc Marquez, 7 times MotoGP World Champion. And Ayagura yet to taste either a sprint or a Grand Prix victory in between them and holding his own.
He is the only rider in that top 3 that has got the leading rear tyre. Is that going to pay big dividends? Is there going to be some big rewards coming up in about, 7 or 8 minutes' time? Up for Ayagura. Over the line we go. Agura still in the high 52s. So too is Marc Marquez. Pecco Bagnaia. As now Luca Ruiz gone down. It's going to be a painful sprint Saturday for the Honda riders. We've already got lost Diogo Moreira out of 3rd place at turn 11 on lap 2. Luca Marini joins him now in the kitty litter.
In the top 2, 4/10 of a second at the start of lap. Bagnaia favouring that wider sweeping line, but he's able to bring himself back onto line to tackle turn 4. It's all about, as I say, just managing the mistakes, just managing the temperature in this rear tyre. But Ayagura, he's starting to stiff it now. He's starting to sense the possibility of a first sprint gold medal.
And he wants to get paid for him. He wants revenge for that last corner showdown that the two had for the final place on the podium in Mugello just a few weeks ago. Bagnaia riding out of the skin to resist this incessant pressure that is building. You could just sense right now that Agura with that medium rear tyre, like the better endurance, the better durability you feel towards the tail end of the sprint. Bagnaia's defensive skills are going to be tested to the absolute limit.
Normally, if you're in the latter stages of any kind of sprint or Grand Prix and you, in the final lap, see +0 Agura, you must have a sinking feeling of inevitability that this guy's going to come whistling past me because he's always so strong in the latter stages. But Bagnaia, having had a number of close calls in sprints, lost one on the final lap, of course, in Austin, lost one to Marc Marquez in Jerez. Bagnaia, he wants the gold badly here.
Into turn 13 we go then. Just over 3 laps remaining. And it's building this pressure, isn't it? You have to say Bagnaia has not buckled. He has not looked like tracking for 1 millisecond so far in this sprint. We're almost on par now lap time-wise, Bagnaia and Agura. Agura is the fastest at the top 3. There might be some late punishments and late pain being dished out on Pecco Bagnaia. It's not a given he'll hold off Agura, not a given he'll hold off Marc Marquez either for even a 4th silver medal of 2026. On board then with Agura up to about 315 km/h, charging into turn 3, closing up then on Bagnaia in the braking zone. In theory, logic suggests that he now should have the better traction, the better drive. Who's got that turn 3?
Yeah, we heard it. It's
It's Marco Bezzecchi, the world championship leader for the 4th time in our first 9 sprints of 2026. He's not going to see the checker flag. He crashed out of the leading Bull Run. He crashed out in Austin. He crashed out in Jerez. And now Marco Bezzecchi has blown it once again on Sprint Saturdays.
Yeah, with Jorge Martin now up into 5th place, he suddenly pulls 5 points back on him, which Martin might think will already mitigate the points he may lose tomorrow with the double long lap penalty. Another unforced error for the World Championship leader.
Another spectacular home goal by Apollo. How many more are they going to make in 2026? Can Ayagura have a safe face then for the Nawali factory? He's in this factory of the Patti sandwich. Another big Saturday blunder then, that 4 pairs. 15 points or so is another chance we'll cut down to going into the 21 lap Grand Prix of Czechia tomorrow. This is building up to some finale, isn't it? This is building up to a thrilling crescendo here at the front of this sprint. Top job this by Bagnaia. He has not given Ayagura or Marc Marquez directly behind him any hope at the moment to showing him his front wheel. He's going to power now through the final corner. 5.4 kilometres and 1 lap standing between Pecco Bagnaia and his first sprint of 2026. His first since Sepang last year. His lead is over 3/10 of a second.
Has to be said, it's going to take something special from here for Ayagura, but he has had a pretty special weekend so far. Here's the big change potentially going to come before 2nd place. Can Marc Marquez make this a factory Ducati 1-2 on the last lap?
Agura is not the closer. This is a big overtaking opportunity here on the brakes in the turn 3. He's nowhere near close enough to attack Bagnaia. Bagnaia has been rock solid at the front of this sprint. He has led it from the very first corner. Agura, what has he got left in the tank? Is there anything that the track out of Tilly rider can do?
Would be a first sprint podium for Igor, but he didn't sign for silver when he took pole position earlier on today. Gian Antonio not exactly getting close enough in the background. He is still in a very solid fourth place. It is down to this leading three for the bronze, gold and silver medals today.
This is the pure class by Pecco Bagnaia. Absolutely pure class. This is the throw back to the Pecco Bagnaia of 2022, 2023 and 2024, isn't it? Still pressure is being thrown at him by Iagura, but he's running out of corners, he's running out of time here. The track out of Puri rider. We're going to go down the hill then now, charging downhill into turn 10. This is another overtaking hotspot that is going to go away for Iagura. There's got about half a dozen bike lengths between him and Pecco Bagnaia.
Bagnaia was perilously close to the green on the outside of turn 7, but I don't think he touched it. Of course, that could also impact on the action. But if he doesn't get a good run out of horsepower hill here, I think Iagura is going to have to settle for second place.
Perfect drive at horsepower hill out of turn 11 for Pecco Bagnaia. He will hear the track out so fully behind him, but Iagura was going to have to give this one up. He's nowhere near close enough as Pecco Bagnaia nails this final two corners. He's going to nail his first sprint win since the Malaysian Grand Prix. Golden Eye has to settle for silver, but the gold medal goes to Pecco Bagnaia. What a ride! He led that TISO sprint from start to finish. What a decision, what a tactical masterstroke it was by both factory Ducatis to run that Michelin soft rear tyre. Bagnaia takes the checker flag, being waved by Sir Mark Cavendish, Tour de France legend, by just under a quarter of a second clear. Iagura, from a sensational maiden pole position, does take a sprint podium in an excellent second place. Marc Marquez, what a ride by the reigning world champion. He's third as there's late drama, unfortunately, for Cal Crutchlow on the LC Honda. That's his second tumble of the weekend so far. Gian Antonio is fourth. Jorge Martin, great damage limitation job by the Martinator, up 5 places from 10th to 5th. And with Marco Bezzecchi blowing big points once again. The world championship leader DNFing for the 4th sprint so far in the opening 9. Points for Ralph Fernandez in 6th place. That's a real big effort from Ralph Fernandez, who's been laid low by a bout of appendicitis this weekend. Bastianini was 7th. Aldeguer 8th. The final points for 1 place goes to Brad Binder. But it's Bagnaia with a belter in Brno. What a ride, Lewis. That was top draw.
The very best of Pecco Bagnaia. Seized the lead at the start, and Iagura must have been just hoping that soft rear tyre would try up on the factory Ducatis, both ahead and behind him. They did not. Ducati will feel vindicated in their decision to go for the softer rubber today in the sprint, and Bagnaia will feel vindicated. There's no question that the talent hasn't gone anywhere, and he has now his first sprint win of the season. Iagura has a first career sprint medal, but for him it is only silver.
Yeah, he'll be, I'm sure, mixed emotions. Absolutely delighted with his performance in qualifying this morning. He's been awarded to that record-breaking pole position. But he would have fancied having a real big crack at that sprint victory. Well, he gave it a real good go, didn't he? The problem was, just like in Mugello, it was Pecco Bagnaia that was denying it. He's been sick of the size of Bagnaia's rear tyre in the last few weeks or so. Marquez, that's another classic ride. Another brilliant performance by Marc Marquez. He was not even 8/10 of a second behind his teammate Pecco Bagnaia on that last one. Bagnaia was still riding at full chat to keep Agura at bay.
Marquez is now 65 points behind Marco Bezzecchi because of this. And as harsh as it may sound, if you're going to win the biggest prize on 2 wheels and become MotoGP World Champion, this is happening far too often.
Into turn 3, it's the hardest braking zone here in Brno. No consolation at all though for Marco Bezzecchi. Well, there was no points through, no fail of his own in the Balaton Grand Prix. But that spill here in the sprint in the Grand Prix of Czechia was all of his own doing. And he's on the back of the scooter. Unfortunately, that's been a ride on Sprint Saturday he's taken far too often so far in 2026. But that was brilliant, Bagnaia. That was awesome, Pecco Bagnaia. He said yesterday how much he loves and admires this Brno track. The sort of high grip levels that are on offer here in the Grand Prix of Czechia sort of mask some of the issues that he's had throughout 2026, but the lack of rear grip in particular on the factory Ducati. But that was some performance as he ties Jorge Martin now with a record at 34 sprint podiums. Good job of that by the Martinator. He'd have taken a fifth place from the fourth row of the grid. Slightly tougher task for him to repeat that brilliance tomorrow as he has to come through the long lap part of the loop twice.
That sprint come to him, really, didn't it? In the end, of course, he had that early battle with Ralph Fernandez, but Pedro Acosta crashing out ahead of him, and then Marco Bezzecchi crashing out ahead of him. And Jorge Martin, well, whatever happens, he's not going to lose as many points this weekend as I feared he might. He gains 5 today, cut the lead down to 15 points.
And of course, Logan Herrera also jumped off in front of Jorge Martin as well. A case of what might have been for LTR Honda and Herrera. Unfortunately, able to capitalise on his best MotoGP grid position. An excellent top 6. A bit of goon riding now for Pecco Bagnaia. And he would have loved that. The fans would have certainly appreciated it, because Ayagura in particular, Agura himself being pushed to the absolute edge by Marc Marquez behind him. And Bagnaia completes the stoppie, or stop with his crew, and celebrates his first sprint win of the season. That takes his gold medal count up to 14. Last time, of course, he won a sprint with Malaysia, and he was truly right a podium there. Would be Poncho in the main Grand Prix as the factory Ducati crew get a lift on the rider parade bus to our podium celebrations on the stadium section. Just in the
prettiest parade today.
Yeah, turns 7 and 8 is where you'll find the medal ceremony. So Pecco Bagnaia is going to get the congratulations to the teammate Marc Marquez. Some call wasn't it by those two to run that soft rear tyre. Ultimately, it proved to be the absolute top pick. Take nothing away from Ayagura. He rode a brilliant race, a mistake-free race. Nothing wrong with Agura's performance. He just was not quite quick enough to get on par with Bagnaia. But more points go begging for Bez. And this cannot keep happening, can it? No scores in the sprint in Thailand, in Austin and in Jerez, all of them DNS. And unfortunately it's another NC, not classified in the column for Bezzecchi here this afternoon. He sees that World Championship League shrink by a quarter, down from 20 points to 15 going into tomorrow's main Grand Prix.
It wasn't exactly a bed of roses until the crash, was it, for Marco Bezzecchi? Of course, could well have been a repeat of what we saw back in Mugello. We recognised that he wouldn't be able to catch those ahead of him, so just settled for that 5th place. Time information on screens. This did come up on our timing screen. It's Alex Rins who's got the investigation. 14th at the flag anyway, of course, only points to the top 9 in the sprint, so that will only impact the final 2 finishes.
Nice embrace there between Ayagura and Pecco Bagnaia at the back of the pitch. I think Pecco was just saying, well, you made me work pretty darn hard for that gold medal. Pecco would have known that the most potent opposition in that sprint was likely to come from Ayagura. Will there just be a tinge of regret as far as Agura goes in terms of his rear tyre choice? I suppose let's look at the glass half full. It was his first sprint podium after a stunning performance in qualifying, and crucial having done those 10 laps on the medium rear tyre. We've got a lot of information ahead of the main Grand Prix tomorrow. You are likely to see everybody run the medium rear tyre. It's actually Ducati group making a rather bumpy one, might have to go a little bit stiff on the suspension on the parade truck.
So Gigi will give them some tips if they need them for the parade tomorrow morning. I guess you've been uber critical too of Ayagura. Didn't quite nail the start, did he? That was ultimately where Bagnaia seized the track position. And once Bagnaia got that track position, he was not giving it up.
Certainly wasn't. He starts to process brilliant sprint success then with his teammate Marc Marquez. At least Ayagura is going to get a medal around his neck for the first time. He's on a little natter with Jack Appleyard before that's going to do the interview duties very, very shortly. As the BMW taxi then has delivered for Ducati team for yet another double podium. You can see there Julian Marquez in the grey polo. New face, of course, to all of you around the world. Michael Pecco, let's debrief about that performance. Davide Tardozzi, he's never shy, is he, of being Ducati's cheerleader when they've got something to celebrate. Right there, really, really important point. Only 7 of them at the end of what was 10 very hard laps for Marc Marquez, but as he well knows, points make prizes. But it's the maximum 12 that go to Pecco Bagnaia. Ride that. Really, really good ride. Just goes to show, give him grit, give him feeling, give him confidence on that patch of Ducati, and this is what he'll do.
Well, this temporary class is very much permanent for Pecco Bagnaia. We've mentioned having a few silvers already this season and sprints up 3 in a row, didn't he? Earlier in the season, Austin, Spain, and then from pole position at Le Mans. This is the first gold medal of the season. And first and third for the factory Ducati team, who are ever so slowly getting themselves up to speed in 2026.
20 now within 10 points striking distance of Aprilia in the Constructor Championship. As once again you feel that Aprilia with an own goal which feels prevalent when the FIFA World Cup is going on, and over in the US and Mexico, and Davide Brivio then, well, he sprints toward the sprint podium to congratulate Ayagura on his very first sprint top 3. Still so much for Trackhouse Aprilia and Ayagura to be proud of on what has been a memorable sprint Saturday for the American-based team. He was the fastest rider on the last lap, wasn't he, as well? 10th ahead of Pecco Bagnaia. He will try and be back and come back stronger tomorrow. But his some ride, some performance, just look how hard that sprint was for Marc Marquez. He looks exhausted. Bronze medal is the reward, and the world champions with Jack.
Mark, once again, you've given absolutely everything there in that tricky sprint race in these testing conditions. Another podium on the comeback trail, with Marco having crashed out vital points in the World Championship. Just give us your reflections on that race.
Yeah, happy with the third place. We did the correct option. Ducati did a great job. So just try to work for tomorrow and try to improve in the long race.
Good job. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Marco straight away with the big ice jacket. Not looking particularly happy, was he there, really? Nonetheless, it's a third place. A very hard third place in those demanding conditions, and given the fact he's still recovering from the recent double surgery to the right foot and the right shoulder. That would feel like a big 7 points. Well, it's been a sensational sprint Saturday for Ayagura and Trackhouse Aprilia. A maiden pole position and now a maiden medal in the sprint. Let's get the thoughts for the Japanese car with Jack.
Well, it's going to go down as an amazing Saturday. First ever pole position this morning. We pushed Pecco all of the way in that sprint. In the end, the medium rear tyre, I think that was the decisive thing in the sprint.
The performance of the rear tire is really good. For me, the biggest limitation was the front, so I thought I could have something more in the end of the race, but no. That was like that this time, and another chance tomorrow, so we will try again.
Great job today.
Well, there you go. Just like so many of us thought, he would have something extra at the end of the race. Clearly, that was the pre-sprint opinion, the pre-sprint view of Ayagura. It's not the win that he wanted, not the win he might have expected after his qualifying brilliance this morning, but still it was some effort. But there was no stopping Pecco Bagnaia. His third sprint win since supplying his first of 2026. Pecco Bagnaia with Jack.
Pecco's sprint victory here in Brno, and what a way to do it as well, holding off the hard charging out with Mark behind as well. The decision on the grid to go for that soft wheel tyre, clearly a brilliant one from you and the team.
Yeah, luckily it was the correct one, not like Austin or the choice we did some races ago, but very happy. The first 2 laps made everything, so I started well, I tried to push, open the gap, and then I tried to control a bit because the grip was not that bad, but vibration was huge, so I needed to slow down a bit and try to control I in the last 2 laps. But I'm very happy, we are working very hard, so I hope that tomorrow will be good the same.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that was a top ride. Congratulations to Pecco Bagnaia and to all of his factory Ducati crew who made the absolute bang on the money call to go for that soft rear tyre. Bagnaia's crew have had to sit and watch Marc Marquez dominate so much of 2025. He stole Bagnaia's thunder in many respects in that charge to the 7th MotoGP World Championship last year. But Pecco Bagnaia never gives up. He's a fighter himself, and all that hard work has paid off handsomely here in that sprint. Two factory Ducatis once again on the sprint podium. This time around though, the gold medal will be presented to Pecco Bagnaia. The factory Ducati team celebrate their fourth sprint victory of the campaign.
Jorge Martin, Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez all have 34 sprint medals apiece. Pecco Bagnaia, his first gold of the season, and 14th in total. Especially sweet one for Pecco Bagnaia. Especially he has had a difficult 18 months or so. He went out there and grabbed it today. The start, as he said, all important to get the early track position. And ultimately couldn't overhaul him. Petr Pavel, the Czech president, will present the medals. The bronze to Marc Marquez. Spent it all out there. He said it was an expensive win in Balaton Park. It was an expensive bronze today. Spending all of his physical reserves on his way to achieving it. Second place. It's the first sprint medal. I'm sure he went with the last for Ayagura in second place. Saturday's go. That's not a bad one, even if he was just picked at the post by Pecco. He returns to winning ways. The Czech president Petr Pavel presents the gold. The golden performance from Pecco Bagnaia today. Mistake-free. It was perfect from Pecco today in the Brno sprint.
So factory Ducati star Pecco Bagnaia halfway to his first potential double victory since he crossed the field in the Motegi Mountains on the same day that Marc Marquez was crowned MotoGP World Champion for the 7th time. Here in tomorrow's Grand Prix of Czechia, Pecco Bagnaia completes what will be his 10th victory double in the Sprint and Grand Prix era. Brilliant gold medal performance by the double MotoGP World Champion. A great Saturday for Ayagura and Krakow for Aprilia. Marc Marquez once again picking up more silverware, more medals, more important, some vital World Championship points with series leader Marco Bezzecchi once again not finding his way to the checker flag on a sprint Saturday. Bagnaia, though, your deserved winner here in Brno.
Fine performance, wasn't it? Pecco Bagnaia demonstrating what a champion he is, winning the sprint in Brno. Ayagura a very close second. Marc Marquez third as in factory Ducatis bookend the podium. Fabrizio Antonio was fourth throughout. That's where he finished ahead of Jorge Martin, who took advantage of slip-ups ahead, including for his teammate Marco Bezzecchi to take fifth. Fernandez, Bastianini and Aldeguer also at the point. So too Brad Binder, who picked Tranmere for the final World Championship point. Marco Bezzecchi, Pedro Acosta early forward, was Diogo Moreira. Here, Marco Vinales crashing within a second of each other on the opening lap. Well, he won't be wearing that smile today as Marco Bezzecchi loses 5 of his 20-point championship lead at the start of the day. It's now 15 ahead of Jorge Martin. Fabrizio Antonio, well, he's now 36 off the lead. Pedro Acosta stays 48 back, of course, having not scored himself today. Marc Marquez and Ayagura closing. The defending champion is now 65 points off the overall lead. The Constructors' Championship continues to heat up. Ducati now close the gap on Aprilia down to just 10 points. And in the team standings, there's just one Aprilia racing rider scoring today. Their advantage over Ducati Lenovo has been slashed down to 119. Let's have some highlights then. Igor will be something key to remember. Perhaps the one thing he didn't quite nail was this, the start.